Hello, good morning. Welcome to my stream. And we are streaming Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI. What? It's like a pumpkin spice preseason pumpkin spice, celebratory thing going on. So, let's see if this works. Let's see. Can I see my preview? There we go. Check the sound. And there we go. Manager. Hello. Oh, okay. Oh, coolness. Wow, my uptimer updated really quickly this time. It's amazing. Okay. I'm trying not to peek out. Get too many microphone crackles lately. Some water. I'm gonna try something new and announce this to my husband's what do you call it? Discord. See if anybody from there joins me. Hard to say. We'll see what happens. I usually don't advertise this stuff, so we'll see what happens. Well, let's talk about what happened last time. Last time I streamed, we went to the church on Spruce Street. Ah, yes, the church on Spruce Street. We had been called in. Well, let's kind of dive into the game and continue, and then I can do a better job of reviewing. Okay. I can look up information about the paranormal activity at the church at Spruce Street. There it is. Okay, let's... a little bit of music on. It's kind of creepy, Inbox. Right. Pastor Harold Rogers. That's right. From the Congregational Church on Spruce Street, right? Let's reread on what he sent us, just to give you a background of the site that we're investigating. Mr. Conrad Stevenson, that's me. I'm playing in the game. I'm writing you from the Congregational Church on Spruce Street. As you may have known, our church has developed quite a reputation for paranormal activity. Parish members have long recounted stories of spirits haunting the church and surrounding grounds. I myself have heard of countless shadows and apparitions of sightings throughout the grounds, and I have even seen candles and lights flicker on and off without manipulation. From what I have gathered, all accounts point to a sinister cast of spirits haunting our property. There have been rumors of a lost Reverend A pair of red glaring eyes from the shadows, an elusive woman in white who resides in the crypt, an apparition known as Sigerstein, an unholy cult in the woods, and a resentful angel of the mausoleum. That is quite a cast. Word of these hauntings has long tarnished our church's reputation. And you say, I would like to welcome you. Oh, thanks for the follow, Mr. Dirk Dingles. Thanks for coming by and visiting. Let's see. Oh, where was I? I would like to welcome you to investigate our church and associated grounds to determine if these stories have any merit to them. Normally, I would never turn to an outside source of the church, but I have heard much of your work and think that you may be our best hope. We can accommodate an investigation almost any time of the day of the week, but please come in secret after nightfall. Because they're worried about their reputation. I can have the parishioners... I can't have the parishioners knowing that the rumors may be true, even if they are. At least he believes in spirits. Most times you get skeptics, right? That's fine. I'm a skeptic too in real life. But in this game, in this context, if I were role-playing, I'm a believer because I'm a paranormal investigator named Conrad Stevenson. I don't want to. Thanks for joining me. Let us know your availability. We would gladly facilitate any needed setup. I look forward to your response. With warm regards, Pastor Harold Rogers, Reverend Minister, the Fellowship of the Congregational Church. This is where we are today. Thanks for the follow. Always nice to see people. I like light banter. So this is the church on Spruce Street. The Fellowship of the Congregational Church, a Protestant church with a burial ground attached to it, and burial ground. I think that's the right term. Burial ground. Not really a cemetery. I had this takes place in sort of I think on the East Coast, which is sort of like a faux town in the Massachusetts area. So typically in those areas, they call them burial grounds, and they are attached to churches as opposed to cemeteries. But they could be interchanged nowadays, I guess. But anyways, last time, let's take a look at the map. We'll log off and then kind of review what we got to do. So... there's the church. So last time we discovered that there was a residual ghost, aka Jacob Johnson, inside the church. He was called, I believe, the Lost Reverend. And then we also discovered an intelligent ghost, someone who actually responded to our sort of questions, called Pierre Lefebvre, a French sort of designer, architect for the mausoleum that was attached to the church, and he was called by the locals the Angel of the Mausoleum. And then we were able to release both the Reverend and Mr. Lefebvre, and send them off to, I guess, heaven, you know, so that their spirits were no longer haunting the place. And then we also got to discover Mr. Sigerstein. I believe his full name is Ezra Sigerstein. He was once a groundskeeper for the church before quite a while ago, and he has, like, apparently his family cabin is now considered a historical site by the township, and so it is now preserved. But he haunts that cabin and the grounds and the burial grounds around the cabin, because he was the caretaker for that. And so we discovered him, and we were able to fulfill his profile, so now we can release him. I believe he is an intelligent ghost, so that will require a very similar releasing ritual as we did for Mr. Lefebvre, the Angel of the Mausoleum. Let's take a look. We also, what did we also discover? We also discovered that if we want to get proper clues, we should be reading the wiki. Let's finish reading the wiki, which we never, I think it was like when I was trying to investigate another ghost, trying to find more information about him, I just didn't have enough information about him. And it's like I couldn't get enough paranormal and evidence from the tools I had because of it. And now we know we should be reading. We read a lot, and we can collect evidence from that. So let's read the relevant information for the other ghosts. So what I've discovered, let's go back. So now, since we've discovered Mr. Sigerstein, we got evidence for him, and now we can release him, send him on his way, so he doesn't need to haunt that location anymore. So the next thing we need to do, there's a woman in the white, a pair of red eyes in the woods, and then we already discovered the Angel of the Mausoleum, and then Cult of the Woods. That I don't know about that one just yet. So that one is really tough. So I'm gonna keep away from that. But while we were learning more about Mr. Jacobson, I think it is, Reverend Jacob Johnson, we discovered that there was an extra ghost in the church with him. I was like, wait a minute, it doesn't sound like the Reverend. So what did we discover? We had found enough evidence on the grounds that there's a possibility of one Ulrich, what's his last name? John Ulrich, that's his first name, who may be haunting the church and part of the grounds outside of the church. This is really interesting. To discover a church not mentioned by the client, not a church, to discover a new and different ghost not mentioned by the client, which is really cool. But these are the evidence that we also collected previously in our investigation. So this guy, Shadow, probably Ulrich, right? That's what I was thinking about trying to find. But he is a very difficult ghost. And it just occurred to me that I might not have enough tools for him, right? So last time I bought a parabolic mic, right? I think I made a mistake and I bought this Parabox, which is great for like a general thing, but I don't think it's good enough. So I went for the parabolic mic. It has, I believe I have, I think it can record, but I haven't used it yet. So has no remote capability. So yeah. So we're going to use this next. See if we can kind of help us find the Ulrich ghost. So let's load up clues for the Ulrich ghost. So we have, let's see, probably Ulrich, John Ulrich. No. Paid for what services? So we read this article, and according to this article, which was back in the 1800s, 1856, yeah. John Ulrich was kind of a poor man and was starting to sell cadavers, people who were buried at the church grounds. to medical students in medical schools for experimentation, right? Against the permissions of the parishioners, you know, just body snatching. It's a better term for it. Let's see. But there it is. So we found 3 pieces of evidence that point to a John Ulrich, right? So the shadow is probably Ulrich, and Mr. John Ulrich, and paid for what services? Paid for services of the cadaver, right? And I find this interesting, yeah, because like this looks like I don't know, is it post-colonial? I think it is, but payment system, so like a $5 note. Wow. Early $5 note from the 1800s, mid 1800s, and then this article, and then this note. Who is J and K? These are probably notes between the John Ulrich and his buyer for the cadavers. So let's start with that, and then let's go into the wiki and kind of read about what's going on. So, investigated the church. I don't think that's it, but let's read this. Regardless. Ooh, I'm gonna sneeze. Don't sneeze. Don't sneeze. Okay, there you go. The Fellowship of the Congregational Church of New Eidolon. Construction of the Fellowship of the Fellowship of the Congregational Church of New Eidolon was finalized in 1763. Well, that's pre-colonial. Oh no, that was during colonial times. Pre-United States formation? Pre-independence? Pre-independence. Probably during the war, though. This was a trying time for New Eidolon's various faithful communities. It was further strained by the church's construction. Families and friends were torn apart due to differentiating religious convictions. This new movement of evangelicalism, was aggressively challenging the strict old traditions of the Puritans. It is unclear why the decision to build this church was made, but but its after effects were undeniable. Construction immediately forced families to confront their religious differences. Every Sunday at the community could see which church different people would attend. Individuals not aligned with the family's faith were outcast. While neither the church condoned violence, many physical disputes occurred. The Congregational Church's first reverend was a great healing force of this disturbance. Within the first decade of his ministry, the community was once again a large family. However, all quickly changed when the War of Independence broke out. Yeah, there we go. New Eidolon supply chain used to maintain all aspects of life were destroyed. In order to salvage the town, many folks migrated to the south settlement of their forefathers. The proximity of the sea allowed for an expedited reconstruction of the township, which is where the historical district is located today. The migration exacerbated the strain felt by the few who chose to stay, and ultimately led to the utter decomposition of the church. Okay. Cemetery. Unsettled souls. Ah, that would make sense. Let's stick with that for a bit now. Although the town of New Eidolon was founded in mid-17th century, the oldest establishments of the historical district were built in the following century. Of the original settlements were destroyed during the native raids of the late 17th century, forcing the townsfolk to migrate across the river and north to higher ground. This secured more defensible position against native attacks. Subsequently, the death toll rose. Bodies were buried under what is now the cemetery on Spruce Street. Okay, they called it a cemetery. Interesting. The land where the cemetery resides perhaps the oldest construction within the town. The graves closest to the front gate long eroded away with their epitaphs and the old dating drawn of the 18th century. This time was challenging for the town's residents, and no doubt were unsettling souls of still lingering about. Okay. Mausoleum. We had pretty much saw the mausoleum. I remember reading this, but a mausoleum for the few. As the community of New Eidolon embraced the future moving into the 20th century, wealthier citizens thought it best to be remembered for all eternity. In 1894, Pierre Lefebvre was commissioned to design and manage the construction of the mausoleum. Throughout the construction, everything went as planned, and in 1895, work was completed. But once the community members started to assume residency, controversy arose. It was clear that only the elite could afford to be buried there. There was one instance in 1901 where when a family had enough money to bury their loved one within the mausoleum, but was denied a plot. The family was not very wealthy and had no connection to any politician. This sparked outrage and resulted in vandalism to the structure. Throughout the next few years, hired security for the mausoleum was employed, which only deepened the divide about the issue. Since the security agents were on site day and night, protesting citizens could not vandalize as they could previously. Instead, they would leave lit candles on the ledges of the entombed. The cemetery allowed the candles to be placed at the gravesite, so it was hard to manage. It was hard to manage who was doing that. That's a weird. That's a kind of weird thing. Anyways, once the lit candle had burned itself out, a mess of dried wax usually engulfed the personal items on the ledge, disrespecting the entombed elite. Although not very destructive, the gesture was symbolic of the lower class community disgusted with the situation. In 1905, a compromise was reached within the community that when the outside gardens were placed with tombs in which everyone who had money could be buried. This decision squelched the issue. Additionally, crypts were created just south of the mausoleum after the incident in 1901 to provide a more lavish burial for those who could afford it. Monsieur Lefebvre, fortunately, was deeply associated with the class segregation and was never able to establish his reputation as desired. He tried his best to distance himself in hopes to benefit his career. Ironically, after Lefebvre and his wife passed away in 1908, they were entombed in a white marble sarcophagus right at the entrance of the mausoleum. The elite of the community felt that they wanted to honor Mr. Lefebvre for creating such a marvelous resting place, regardless of his feelings of the matter. Unfortunately, Mr. and Mrs. Lefebvre were middle-aged and died unexpectedly from a carriage accident. The Lefebvre had no children, and no one knew any next of kin, so their wishes could not be communicated. Okay. The first documented case of paranormal activity in the mausoleum occurred in 1911. It was noted that a few candles were mysteriously placed on and lit on the edges of some entombed residences. This phenomenon has occurred regularly since. Skeptics, of course, simply believe that local kids light the candles as an ongoing prank. Intermittently throughout the years, folks have seen apparitions within the mausoleum as well as outside within the gated area. This has further fueled the idea that the mausoleum is haunted. Well, it's not anymore because we have released Mr. Lefebvre. Crypts. This is interesting. Crypts for the community. In the early 1900s, after the construction of the mausoleum, the community made it abundantly clear that they did not appreciate the social divide manifested by the burial practices implemented. For the elite were allowed to be entombed within the mausoleum, it was later determined that even Mr. Lefebvre, the architect of the mausoleum, was disgusted with how his creation evolved. As a result, by 1910, the cemetery director purchased land south of the mausoleum, expanding the cemetery. This provided comparable burials to what was available within the mausoleum. It took approximately 60 years before the area known today as the crypts became fully occupied. Technically, this area is not a crypt, but over time it was adopted to help specify this area as a area of the cemetery. In addition to needing clarity on which mausoleum a person could be discussing, it is likely that there was a lack of familiarity with the words mausoleum and crypt. The earliest reports of paranormal activity started prior to this area being developed. Legends of the shadow in the forest, known as red eyes, have been around for countless decades. Some of the earliest reports were documented by the original colonists. The first settlers had a strong fear of natives who lived in the area, and folklore developed around the sphere. After the crypt's construction, witnesses observed shadows lingering on the road between the crypts and the woods. One might assume that this is not mere coincidence. Other reports of paranormal activity have accompanied this area for years. The body of a murdered woman was found here in the late 1940s. It is alleged that her spirit could be seen wandering the grounds. Many of the folks over the years reported other transparent beings, such, for example, young Timothy has allegedly been playing around on the southernmost section. Due to the circumstances associated with the woman who was found in the murder, paranormal investigators believe there may be a connection between the two entities. Okay. Okay. And then the groundskeeper. This is what we discovered. And this was the key to helping him manifest. Let's read him for a little bit because we're going to release him in this session. Groundskeeper residence. There are but rumors about when this structure was erected, but not much more than a shack. It was surprisingly stood in its timeless state for over 150 years. After the War of Independence, construction period ended. The church needed a permanent residence tending the grounds. The Reverend at the time enlisted the Sigerstein family as groundkeepers. Records indicate that the Sigerstein family moved into the residence on on the property, implying that the structure was already there. Nothing of this building is noted prior to this event, hence why its origin is unclear. Not only did the Sigerstein family ensure that the church was in tip-top shape, but they also dug graves for their friends and family members. This created an unbreakable relationship between the Sigerstein family and the property. For generations, the family maintained this role. In the late 1950s, however, the church determined it was more cost-effective to pay a local contractor to maintain things as needed to support the family than to support a family all year long to do the work. Shortly thereafter, the evidence evicted the family. They determined that the groundskeeper's residence was interesting enough and declared it a historical site and started charging for guided tours. This idea helped sustain a neutral balance for the church's groundskeeper's fees to the contractor. After years of tours, many have reported experiencing unexplainable happenings. Interesting. Legends of the Woods. This is interesting. I'm going to save this for a little bit later because I think this has to do with the ghost, Red Eyes. So I'm going to go back and what do I have? I think I have enough for John Ulrich, but we're going to add the Woman in White, and then we'll go to the archives and add her, this thing, and see if, I don't think we'll get enough evidence for that, but we'll see. And then we'll close this, throw that out, and we should look up what we need for an exorcism. Oh, salt. We need salt at some point, so I have to get that. Intelligent ghosts. So we'll need the time smudgic with the purple string to release Mr. Sigerstein. Okay, log off. And then let's see. We're gonna start with the paranormal mic. Right. Paramic. This custom audio monitoring device features a parabolic sound dish, microphone, and a viewfinding monocular. Through high fidelity phones, the investigator can hear a range of sounds at extended distances. Unlike the industry standard, we do not leave sound devices on all night. Our investigators will turn on the parabolic mic for 5-second intervals. Record audio. So we can record audio. Some ghostly sounds, such as distant bells or chimes, may not be captured with this recorder, but are obviously signs of the paranormal activity. Okay. We've established that before. This equipment is designed to amplify distant sounds and not suited for electronic voice phenomenon sessions. Okay. So that's good. I want to take this, and I want to take the REM pod, and let's do temperature. That should be a good starting point. And then we'll gather stuff from the truck as needed. Alright. Alright, let's go in to Spruce Street. And we go, yes. Alright.
I'm working towards about halfway through releasing the ghost here at the church on Spruce Street.
Half. I feel like we have more than just half. So we should... That way you can see. It's pretty dark. Turn on the light. I feel like we should put the camera here to see if we can capture anything. V. That should be good. Yeah, it looks like normal temperature fluctuation.
Nothing paranormal about these temperature readings.
Oop. So, next up, you should put the REM pod right here. Because I believe... Okay. Let's turn on the light, see what happens. Oop. Ah! Where are you? Oh, here we go.
These temp readings are unusual.
So this guy's... I think this guy is just walking back up and down the stairs.
Something is going on here. These temperature readings are definitely paranormal.
Oh, that's fantastic. I got... It has been a pain getting temperature paranormal readings. So we don't need this anymore because we've got a paranormal mark for the temperature. So let's switch up on the kind of tools that we need now. Let's go for this one. And this one. And we have enough space to hold the handheld camera, even though we have our little auto camera going on. Those. Oh, well, there's your path. Excellent.
These lights are acting funny. I should continue investigating.
Is he traveling? So it looks like this guy is traveling up and down the stairs a lot. This is the guy that I was trying to find last time, but I was having a really hard time finding him. Let's turn on this light. I can't turn on that light because there's some... This is... Where is he now? Did he just disappear? Let's try this again. This is my first time using this. So I guess I'm just trying to point to see if I can hear someone say something. Excuse me. Maybe the light scares it off? Where does he go? So, according to the research, Mr. John Ulrich was an usher. So he might be following his usherly grounds where he comes into the church. Oh wait. So he might be outside too. And then he starts doing his like usher duties or something like that. Hmm. I'm gonna keep that door open. So I'm kind of just going back and forth to see if I can find him. Let's see if I can. No, that couldn't be him, could it? There he is.
How rare to take a photo of a ghost.
Ooh. Got him. So, the question is can I record anything from him? I was hoping I could record stuff with this one. So what do we got? We have temperature, and then we need more EMF data, and we need we have plenty, so we need audio. We definitely need audio. So okay. Hopefully I'm using this correctly. I don't know. I mean, like, I should I read the instructions, but I just automatically assumed it turned on when I got it. And it does have a record button. So, what am I using? Ooh.
I'll keep
Oh,
that as audio evidence.
that's creepy. He's definitely up there. Hmm. Okay. So, all right. So it's just pointing stuff. Just point where you think the ghost is and wait for random sounds, I guess. That's how it works. There it is. There he is. I see you. It's a shadow guy going back and forth. All right. Hmm. The question is, how do I incite him? He's a shadow. So shadow ghosts are very interesting. I missed it. Five-second recordings. You have to be fast. So shadow ghosts are very interesting because they don't really respond to EVP. Oh. Ooh, I hear bells.
Ooh, that is
Davy.
eerie audio evidence.
Davy. That's the son of John Ulrich. Ah. We learned about that. So, in the story clipping, Davy Ulrich had followed his father on one of his night jaunts to collect a cadaver for the medical school. And during that session, John Ulrich was discovered by mourning parishioners while digging up a body that he wasn't supposed to, and they had fired him upon him, but also shot his son, who was in the area because he was following his father. So that's a new piece of evidence I've ever gotten from this ghost. So far, I've heard audios like hush and shush, but nothing about a specific name mentioned. He's not moving. Maybe I can get him to talk. If I just...
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Usually shadows don't respond to EVPs, but we'll give it a shot.
Is this your home? Is this your home? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Maybe that'll work. I want more EVP. I need more. I think I need maybe a couple more and more audio. Okay. Might need darkness. I always found that very interesting, that this game actually needs a little bit of darkness. Give that a shot. Increase the darkness in that area. There we go, I got something.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
I find colonial history very interesting. So when I traveled America and we ended up in the Boston area, we went on this sort of walking tour, and it took us across a lot of Boston, and then a couple of what they called at the time burial grounds, because burial grounds are different than cemeteries. Cemeteries are more like curated grounds for which are landscaped, whereas burial grounds are more, what's the word? More just a little bit haphazard. Meaning like they're functional, basically, where someone has died and you have to put them somewhere. That's why they're pretty cramped. Like the tombstones are really super close to each other. There aren't really many trees or shrubbery or plants. But now it's a waiting game. This is the most. Yes, some cemeteries are very formal. They're more urban. I was talking. Oh, what was it? Yeah, more urban than not. So like the ones in cities during the colonial times, they're super cramped. the best way I can describe them. What was it? The one in Boston, Cobb's Hill Burial Ground, right? And that one was
I'll
really
keep that as audio evidence.
really super interesting. No, it's not Cobb. Copps, Copps Hill in Boston. That's one of those colonial burial grounds, such as the Mathers, Cotton Mather, Increase Mather, the Inquisitors, the Puritan Inquisitors for the Salem witch trials. Oof, that's a bit of history for you there. But I think today they're used interchangeably. But back then, I think it's an older term to describe a small piece of land that was attached to a church, typically. Very, very close to the church. Yeah. Cemeteries are formal, laid out. And laid out. Burial grounds are more random, right? Thank you.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
What was it? So one of the tours, or one of the I'm going to call them Dawsons. One of the Dawsons, or the tourists, tour guides, said that, cemetery comes from the Greek word dormitory, or sleeping place. And it was like a 19th century thing. So probably like mid to late 1800s, where they're located outside of cities, and they were very manicured on their ground. So they kind of doubled as parks almost. So like there's these woodcuts I remember seeing about people walking and enjoying themselves, having a picnic in a cemetery. And there's like paths and elaborate picturesque landscapes with like monuments. Where's was it? Pops Hill. I remember. Boy, that was a very crowded burial ground. I was just amazed. I mean, it was sort of cool, right? I mean, like, there's a lot of history there, right? Because, like, the Mathers in Salem, that's like, 1600s, right? Because, like, that's when the Salem colonies came in. It's the Massachusetts, I think, colony? Oh, God. I gotta remember. Massachusetts Bay Company, and it was the company that was founded by rich Puritans who were opposed to the Catholic Church. There we go.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Next. Getting evidence. Can I get any more than this? Sure. Oh, yes. But anyways, yeah, Massachusetts Bay Company. Not colony. But they did form the company and were given a royal decree to create a colony in what we now know as Massachusetts and Boston area. Let's see. Okay, good. So now I have obtained significant audio evidence of paranormal activity. I need more EMF data, and to flush out my profile for John Ulrich's Shadow Ghost, I need more audio evidence. The question is do I stick with a paranormal mic, or do I go really close in and use the use the recorder for EMF. I'm not sure. We'll see. I was hoping to get more EMF readings. Maybe I can reset it by going out, because I've seen and have heard this ghost. Ah. Hello? No, where'd you go? You go upstairs?
The EMF meter should not behave this way. This is paranormal.
Anyone here?
Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
I know you're up here.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
A long shot. I know. No, it's not working. It's somewhere up here. Oh, ooh. That work? It's not progressing.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Ugh. You not progress. Killing me. Let's see if... Let's take a... No, I have to put the camera down. Let's put the camera down. This camera, I mean, so I can pick up the other camera. Let's see. Because I think I caught something.
Wow, I took a photo of a ghost.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so he's moving around. There's me. Ah, okay, so he's walking pretty close to that table. He's going back and forth and upstairs. Ooh, look at him. Ooh, nifty. Okay. Exit out of that. Maybe we can place it in a better spot. Really like this spot, though. How about right here? F. There. Maybe that'll catch something. But I need more audio data more than photographs. Huh. Bells. Bells? Did it progress?
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
I'm kind of stumped. I need just a bit more evidence to flesh out Mr. Ulrich's ghost. Oh, let's see. Maybe I have to be up close. I don't think I'm going to get EVPs, electronic voice phenomenon. But I'm guessing he's pretty shy because he doesn't move when I'm in the area or do anything specific. But I can move this a little bit closer. So, fine. Cool. So I'm going to put it here because I've seen him cross here. And then the minute he crosses in, I'm going to jump him with some sound. Like a paparazzi with a microphone recorder. It's like, Mr. Ulrich, Mr. Ulrich, tell me more about your afterlife. Mr. Ghost. This is probably the most realistic paranormal ghost hunting simulator ever, because having been on a ghost hunt before, it's pretty boring. This is not boring. This is pretty exciting, right? But to some people who have not been on ghost huntings, it's a lot of waiting. Sometimes nights can go like hours upon hours of nothing happening, right? And if you're a skeptic like me, that's what you kind of expect, nothing to happen. And really, you're there to find ghosts. You're just there to chill out and have a good time and look at things and learn about history and whatnot, and kind of shoot the breeze with your friends while you're going ghost hunting. Maybe let's try to shut down some lights. Oh. No progress.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Oh, set. Why is the progress bar not happening? Do I need to catch different sounds? Am I too close? Ooh.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Yes, but I need progression. But Pops Hill, Burial Ground, really fascinating. It was named after William Copp, I believe, who was a shoemaker who owned the land. And is probably the second or third oldest burial ground, something like that, in Boston. Trying to remember what I learned ages ago. But oh, there was kind of a weird moaning sound in the left of my. Oh, okay, hold on. I hear creaking. Someone's walking. I don't know if you can hear it, but there we go. Bells. It's over here. Does he walk through this direction? But Compsale is very interesting because it was probably one of the few colonial or post-independence war burial grounds that allowed African Americans to bury their dead there, right? So, and
that was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Did I get progress? No, I did not. How do I get progress? But I remember, what is it? Prince Hall was a famous abolitionist. And he is buried there. And he was a man who started the first, I think at least one of the first, but the first, I think it's going to be the first, I can't remember. First lodge of Black Freemasons, I think. God, that was such a long time. Oop.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
What evidence am I trying to get? Let's read the local church. Local town church. Local church. Together, we get closer to God. And this shall be the plaque. Ooh. Keep telling me to hush. I need more evidence.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Here. So maybe I can try an EVP.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
No. Let's put the REM pod. I liked it at the stairs. It seemed to get more reaction, but I'm gonna try something a little bit different because I've seen it cross over here. So we'll put it here and see if that strikes up anything. But it seems that it doesn't like us when we read out loud, so we'll keep on reading this. And this shall be the place wherein the Lord will smite all people that have fought against Jerusalem, for their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouth. Zechariah 14:12. Davy, we have that one before.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
Darn. Getting a lot of repeats. In the midst of the living creatures was the appearance of glowing coal fire. In the midst of living creatures was the appearance of glowing coals for eyes or torches. Fire moved back and forth between the living creatures. It was bright. Oh, is that different? No.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Fire moved back and forth between the living creatures. It was bright, and lightning flashed out of it. Ezekiel 1:13. Okay. When Jesus said unto them, yet a little while is the light. Ooh. Hello? Hello? Then Jesus said unto them, yet a little while is the light with you. Walk while ye have light, lest darkness come upon you, for he that waketh in darkness knoweth not whither he goeth. John 12, sorry, dyslexia, curse of the reverse. John 12:35. Now I kind of want to look these up and see what verses they are in the Bible, and which Bible is it. There are so many different versions. I'm going to do a little bit of investigating around outside. Because, is that him? No, that's just a bush. Sometimes he's outside. Sometimes. I've seen him sometimes. Watch out here. Maybe I need to do a little bit. Oh. There's a hush. No
That's
progress yet.
extraordinary audio evidence.
Maybe upstairs? Maybe different spots give different kinds of evidence? I'm gonna go back to the truck and get the temperature reader, because that helps me pinpoint where the ghost is moving better than the EMF reader. Oops. No, I don't want that. I want F. F to fetch. There he is in the window. No, is that the banister? Or is that him in the window? That's cool. He's just standing there. I'm gonna put this down on it. Oh, that was different. Oh, man. No. Come on. So I need more audio evidence, but it needs to be different than what I already have. So this is very difficult. This is probably one of the hardest ghosts I've ever encountered in this game thus far. Polk Street was easier. 5. This seemed very effective, so I'm just going to put it back here. Oh, whoops, I forgot to turn it on. 5. Okay. I've been shushed a lot. So...
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
Is that new? Oh, not new. Oh,
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep
killing
that as
me.
evidence.
What are we looking at? We have the same trouble with Sigerstein. We had to just kind of just walk back and forth over and over and over again across that cabin, in and out, around and through, over, on, whatever, just to get enough evidence for that crazy ghost. More shushing.
Wow, that's
Shushing.
great audio evidence.
I want something different. Ah, that different? No.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Hmm.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Hmm. Hmm. Mr. Ulrich, you are so elusive. Oh, that was super close. So it must be in the
What was
pews.
that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
So I'm gonna. Ooh,
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
you know, this guy was also in the cemetery. So why don't we switch it up and kind of move stuff? Did that just light up? Oh wow. I've never seen that before. That's kind of cool. And kind of creepy because it's like if a ghost can like light up candles.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Okay. I'm gonna put this here for now. I'm gonna take this with me. No, yeah, I'm gonna take it with me. I don't really need photograph evidence anymore, but I'm gonna use it to help me, inform that there's a ghost in the area if I think it's here. So, according to the news clippings, he might be in this sort of burial / cemetery area. So, because he's looking for bodies to dig up to sell to the right, to sell. He's trying to gather cadavers for the local medical school. Let's see. So the question is how far? Let's try here for now. Kind of halfway, maybe. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I kind of wish there was a cancel button. 5. Turn on first. Then put down. We'll give that a shot. That's like halfway. And then we'll fetch. Oh no, okay. That mailbox has like spooked me out a couple times now. Ooh. You here? Heard you walking back and forth. Let's grab the EMF. Maybe it'll help us give us a clue as to when he's around so we can kind of just... If he decides to show up here. Let's put it right on the path. See if that does anything. Mr. Usher versus Grave Robber. So... This is kind of a long shot, right? We'll see. Let's go in the middle and then kind of keep an eye on the path. And then maybe that'll work. Hard to say. This is a complete and utter long shot, in my opinion. We'll stand here. This looks like a good spot. Ooh, this one's kind of ornate. Got an urn at the top. There's like a book of cemetery symbols that you can find on tombstones, grave markers, etc. And they all have different kinds of meanings. Interesting. like a tree growing in the middle of that grave. Should probably clean that out. Let's see. What do I remember with Ulrich? He had a wife and a son. Oh yeah, he was caught on the same day his son died. So when the parishioner shot at him while he was digging a grave, they accidentally shot his son. But he survived, and he gets caught, and then he gets put in jail, and he stays in jail for 7 years. And while he's in jail, his wife dies of some sort of disease, probably consumption. And then so, and this is kind of interesting because it's a concept that not all ghosts are actually died at the site, right? They just have a lot of emotional attachment, and so their soul, or a part of their soul, or a residual piece of paranormal oozy wetsits and clings to the location. Let me just say, what's going on here? Kind of stumped. Not much happening. Did I get the right kind of evidence? Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, Shadow is probably Ulrich. Paid for what evidence? Who is J and K? J is probably John, and K is his contact for the cadavers who he's selling to. And obviously there would be unsettling souls in the graveyard because, well, he kind of dug them up, so they'd be kind of unhappy. Oh, Jesus Christ. I did not expect that. That was a bit of a jump scare. Those are kind of rare jump scares in Conrad Stevenson's. Let me see. I'm gonna get rid of the EVP because I don't need that anymore. But we'll experiment with this thing. Anyone here?
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Do you know why I'm here? How many people are here other than me? Is this your home?
Mhm.
Do you like the current family living here?
I don't think the Paravox is doing anything important. So we'll put that back. Let's go back. I question the usefulness of that particular tool. I'm gonna go get my camera. What the hey? That's still lit. Oh. Safety first. You gotta... Okay. I think there's going to be a manifestation here because I heard like little whaley sounds. Hmm. We'll put up with the gunshot sounds. It sounds like a pea shooter, like a 22 caliber. Nothing too substantial. I don't think it's paranormal though. Let's try... I'm going to put away the temperature gauge because I don't really need that. And that'll free my hands to move the auto camera and the EMF pod for the REM pod. So 3 V. Okay. And then I'll try the other path on the other side. F. Thank you.
Time to replace the batteries.
What? No way. All right. I think this is the first time that batteries have run out on this thing. Ever. So there's like this sort of... I want to call it modern ghost myth. And that's that sometimes when ghosts manifest, they need energy. And so they'll drain the batteries of electronics in the vicinity. And this kind of perplexes me because it says, does that mean that ghosts are run on direct current versus alternating current? I saw a shadow. Hold on. Hold on. He could be here. Huh. And why can't ghosts run on alternating current? That's ample enough power. We'll fetch the REM pod. Oh, there it is. Oops. Yeah, there it is. Put it. Try putting it on the path first. Oh, I have to turn it on. Okay. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. We'll see. Let's see. Turn on. That looks pretty good. We'll start with that. Hmm. Woo. There it goes again. I think that's going to be a regular thing while we're outside. Let's see. That's another question, is like, does it reset when if I reload a new session? This is a good question. Because I'm going to have enough, I have enough evidence right now to get a full XP for this session. And then But I'm curious. Kind of in a conundrum. We can reset the session, and then hopefully we'll get like a different random path. Or I'm metagaming right now. So we can get a different manifestation instance for John Ulrich. Because we do have enough points for XP. Let's I'm gonna switch it up, and I'm going to do a release ritual for Mr. Sigerstein. And frankly, all I need is he's an intelligent ghost, so I need the purple smudge, and then I need his relic. So let's I need his relic. His relic's probably in his house. So I'll go pick this up just in case. Yeah, got nothing. And I need enough inventory space to make sure I can take the relic with me. So I have to put these 2 items back. And then wait. And then 4, 3, and 5. Okay. We'll keep the camera just in case. Can we get batteries for our flashlight? Alright, nope. We don't need it. Not yet. I'm trying to think of what medical school was active, or scientific community was active in the 1850s in the Boston area. Aha, here's the relic. Can I grab this one? There it is. Alright. Now I have to find his smudging, I guess, his release location. Let's see. So that would be 3. Then I have to be careful because I can actually run out of smudge in this game. This stick. So I have to think about it. Where did we have the most activity? We had the most activity. He's an intelligent ghost. We had the most activity in... Where did we have it? Was it in front of the... I think it was in the front of the... what do you call it? That thing. So where is he going to travel? I have to be fast, too. So I have to think about this. Because it's like, if I don't answer the questions fast, or move fast while I'm following the spirit, I'll lose it and then I'll have to come back again. And I really don't want to do that. He's here. Alright, I'm just gonna light it. So, I think he's here. Or around here. So I'm looking for him. Unless I got the wrong smudge. Ooh. It's a bit smoky here. Is it on the path? Where is it? So I have to find the right place. I'll reset it. And hopefully this will work. If it doesn't, I'll be kind of disappointed, but whatever. Let's try over here. This is where I found the... found the item. He's been around here before. Ooh, he moved that. It's burning down pretty quickly. I'm gonna try this. If it doesn't work, then I have to reset this. Need to... I need to get more smudge, because I ran out. An actual car. Cool. Purple. Cool. Hmm. Right here. Not lighting up pretty hot, though. Let's try here. This is the most smoke I've seen, so I'm going to try 3, and I'm going to put it here. I'm going to light it up. It's not happening. I'm going to have to come back and do it then. Yeah, that's sad. I was hoping to at least... It seems it doesn't like me combining ritual sessions with investigation sessions very much. So I'll have to come back in and do that. Okay. Nice. Okay, audio recordings. Pictures taken. Great. Decent amount. XP. Economy. Alright. Okay, so we have to go back here. Let's listen to the audio. I'm kind of curious as to what we got. We got Church Street, Lost Reverend, Mysterious Shadows, Angel of Mr. Sigerstein. So let's go back to here. Mysterious Shadows. Listen to what they have to say. Shush. Hush. Quiet. Yeah, I am. Davey. Oh, we only have 6? Maybe that's what's going on. We need to get more evidence. Alright. So... let's go this one again, and this one. And then go back to this guy. And locations. Cemetery. Okay, let's just stick with that for a little bit. And then I don't know. I guess I'll load up Crips and Spirit and Spirit Beings. I have no clue at this point. Off. And this time we're just gonna focus on freeing Mr. Sigerstein. And then I guess we'll load this one up and this one up just in case Mr. Ulrich shows up in the cemetery. And then we'll go back. Oh, so we're so close. Yes. So we'll focus on releasing Mr. Sigerstein.
I'm working toward...
Okay. Flashlight. Ah, there it is. This moves about. Let's try this. Start off here. Because I presumed that this would be the location for the starting point of the spirit, but I could be wrong. Have to be right up next to it, maybe. I've seen him right here as well. How about inside? So I have to find the location of where to start. Oh, this guy's tough. Maybe it's like here? How about here? How about over here? Maybe this tree? This is crazy. I've never had this much problem trying to find a ritual spot before. I'm almost tempted to look it up online. Badge. Okay. Let's look it up. I'm kind of perplexed. Um, well, hmm. Okay. So we'll grab okay, make sure I've got the right one. I could have sworn that I needed this one because he was an intelligent ghost. So we'll try again. So I looked it up and I did have a right location, but I just couldn't get it to trigger. So I'm gonna light here. And then slowly encroach these guys. This is driving me nuts. Is it here? Are there any other sites that I'm missing? Ah, there's more over here. That's probably what's going on. There we go. Okay. Four. There it is. Light it up. Follow this guy around. Ezra Sigerstein.
I'd like to acknowledge Ezra Siegerstein's presence.
Lantern.
I understand you would use this lantern while burying your friends and acquaintances in the evening. It was a very difficult time when you were a keeper here. The war took many loved ones away from their families. I know how important your loved ones are to you. That is why you are here. You feel like you need to protect them.
This guy.
I would be mad too. I think how the church evicted your family was awful. Although that was several decades ago, and your family is happily living in other parts of the city, you no longer need to be a part of this house because your family has moved on. Be at peace.
Hey, look, it's Ezra. Hey, dude. It's alright. Move on. It's alright. Walk into the light, Ezra. There you go. Alright, I just had the wrong location.
I put this relic somewhere safe.
Yeah. Ooh. This is a tough case. I mean, like, this site, the other two sites previous were so easy comparison. Just to be on the safe side, I'm just gonna just do the ritual and then come back and try to finish off Ulrich. In terms of finding evidence for him in the cemetery. There we go. Alright. Is it raining outside? Sounds like it. Let's take a look at our paranormal museum. Polk Street and Everlane. Those are so easy compared to this one. There it is. That's the Bahama Lighthouse. Jefferson Street. There it is. There's... Okay, cool. Nifty. We've got it confirmed. I've learned to check the table after doing every ritual, because sometimes the ritual did not take. So... Alright. Let's go back. Do some evidence. Archives. This... let's try something a little bit different and go to the wiki, go to this, go to this, go to cemetery, do that, go back here and do the archives, Spruce cheat, payment, Ulrich, this thing. And then we'll just put that one on for bonus. Oh yes. What else can we do? Oh yeah, let's add Timmy on. He's from... Most evidence is from this guy. Oops, yeah. Timmy. There we go. Give it a shot. And then we'll grab this, and the audio and the temperature. See if that helps. And then get back to it. Back to the grind. We just need maybe one or two more audio evidence, and we'll just focus in the cemetery itself, in the gravesite, so burial ground.
I'm working toward...
Alright. Turn on flashlight. Where would be a good place? Maybe like... Oh, he's here! Oh, no, 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 come back. Where'd you go? Oh, man. About here. No? Okay. Oh, man. Well, I know he's here. You got a blip from him. Now the question is how to set up. Should and then, like, he was walking through these aisles. Take a look. Oh, darn it. Is this it? I'm trying to remember where I found Ulrich's sort of clues. So that might be an important spot. I should have remembered it. Oh man. It was like at one of these grave sites that I found a strange piece of paper. And I just didn't think twice to note the location of it, and I really should have. This one? I think it was this one. Right, so maybe he walks back and forth through this one, collects this piece of evidence. Maybe this is where he comes to get his payment? Ah, that's interesting. Let's start from here. So maybe right here we'll put the camera down. Oops. Dang it. And then 5, turn on. Then here. Right. And this is where I got the temperature reading. So this looks about right. Oh. Let's see. We'll check down this way first. And then we'll come back and sweep. Oh yeah, Paramic. We'll do that. It's kind of quiet with the Paramic, but whatever. So, the cemeteries in Boston, they kind of look like this one, except super close to each other. It's a little bit more space than I would expect for a New England-ish kind of burial ground. There he is! Aha!
You're not supposed to be here.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Aha! So you... Okay, sometimes when you confront... This happened the last time I confronted a shadow ghost. If you confront them, they'll say something at you. So, let's get the REM pod. That way we can get some EMF readings as well. Yeah, the last... What was it? The last shadow ghost we encountered in this game was... What was it? Was in Polk Street. And she cried a lot when I encountered her. Oops, I need light. Give me something. Look at that temperature. It's so cold. Oh, no, wait, that's normal fluctuation. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm gonna stand here. This seems like the best spot for this. Because he comes in, goes to the path, and comes back out. Massachusetts Bay. Such an interesting place. Lots of, I don't know, Americana culture. Very different than the, like, western half of the United States. Okay. I get it? No, I didn't get it. So, on my tour of Boston cemeteries and churches, I also learned about. Oh, you're the last one.
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
Joy. Now, maybe I'm going to leave this here, and I'm going to see if I can get something from the lady in white and the young boy. I have a feeling they're both residual ghosts, unlike Ulrich, which is a shadow ghost. So, and this is a whole different part. It's like the crypts, right? Built in the, I'm gonna say early 1900s. So, here. So, oh, I need my EMF reader. Darn it. So anyways, yeah. Cemetery art is a big thing, apparently.
Wow, I took a photo of a ghost.
You see it? Oh, there he is in the corner. Keeps on going, slips through that, and goes off there. What? Like stop animation. Anyways. Okay, let's get that. And then we'll get the EMF. We got the EMF reader. Data. Okay. 5. EMF reader. And then I'm gonna put this one away and then grab the REM pod. I don't think I'm gonna catch photographs with the woman and the boy in the crypts because I don't have enough clues to activate their evidence cycle. I know that sounds weird, but it has to do with the mechanics of this game, and that's like meta information, and that's the amount of clues that you have in your notepad, like down here in the notes, dictates how much clues you get while doing investigation runs, which is what we're on right now. So how this usually works is you come onto a new site, you search around, you look for clues, and then you have these you find paper entries, photographs, etc., and you kind of just hunt around for those first. Once you have all of those, you start reading, and you kind of get clues on where to search, and you kind of pick and choose the notes that you need in order, and once you have the correct number of notes in your little notebook, then you can get the proper evidence for the ghost that you're looking for. In this case, it was Ulrich, and we finally fleshed out his profile. And now we're in the crypt area where we read about the little girl, the little boy, and the woman, who are probably related. And according to this is where they wander. I might not have enough evidence for either of them to create an evidence session, an evidence gathering session. Ah, I hear bells. What's my EMF? I'm gonna put a REM pod here. Let me turn it on. I keep on forgetting to turn it on first. There. Let's do temperature. I'm almost tempted to pack it in, just so I can load up more notes to get them to manifest properly. Yeah, let's do that. I'd rather not waste time trying to incite evidence that just might not happen because I got the incorrect note set. Just to be on the safe side, we'll load up the right kind of notes. Oh, you know, I never read this. Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI. Ghost problems? We can help. Call 555 I think. 489-1456. Okay, we're gonna load up the right kind of notes to try to get the woman and her kiddo. So, there's a lot of evidence in the wiki, so we'll go there. We'll go crypts and we go, what is it? Wandering the grounds. And then connection, right? And then if we go to archives, we got this thing. And then the email. Close this back out. Go to here, go to Pastor Rogers, and a woman in white. And then that was the wiki. for the boy. So that, again, that's by the crypts. Timothy, right. And then... And then what else? Transparent? Yes, okay, so that looks good. So we're gonna start with this one, and this one. We're gonna play with our new toys, and then go for that. We'll go back. So we could exercise him, but I think that there's a bug where you cannot investigate and exercise or release at the same time. I'm unsure. I've tried it several times and I just had bad luck. But I can't tell if that's the case or not.
I'm working towards about...
You turn on the light so you can see. So, the reason why I come to this spot is because this is the last time I got evidence for this character, or this ghost. I got it here, so we'll hit this up first, see if she manifests. So what do I remember reading about this particular ghost from the research I did earlier? Oh, what was it? This is a ghost from the late 1940s. He was married to an abusive husband, fell in love with another man, and had relationships and got pregnant by her paramour. And then at some point it was found out that after the boy was born, or the child, I presume it was a boy, because that's, I think I remember hearing. After the boy was born, sometime, it was revealed that the child was not his. He got angry, killed her, and killed the boy. Double homicide, basically. I'm gonna try putting it here. This is where I remember seeing her last. Oh, come on. I keep on forgetting. 5, turn on first, and then V. There we go. I think that's a good spot. And then... I don't remember seeing her anyplace else. That's the thing. I do remember getting audio somewhere around here. It was pretty bad. I think she's a residual ghost, so if you interrupt, you might not manifest. So I'm gonna sit here for a bit and kind of just do a sweep. Maybe here? Do a quick sweep of temperature. I'm just glad we don't have to worry about whether or not we have too many lights. I guess that's the moon? Interesting. Or no, a street light maybe? This is here. So, again, it's one of those things I should have kept note of where I had found evidence. And I think there was evidence around here? Like this. Did I get the right ones? Wandering the crypts. Crypt. Yeah, okay. Start with temperature. That way we can whack around and look at things. Oh, there's the moon. Big and bold. It's interesting because a lot of the times only gimmick paranormal hunters will hunt in cemeteries because it's just anytime you like go outside, you get so much interference. This was the other spot that I found. I think it was here that I found evidence. Or clues, rather. Not evidence. Evidence is what you gather. Clues are what you find. And this is the other one as well. I think. Hard to remember. What's this guy? Maybe the Virgin Mary? Very Catholic, if that's the case. I mean, like, I don't... Maybe Episcopalian. Maybe I'll put the EMF reader here. Like, through these... There. Oh. Let's do this. Alright. Whoop, excuse me. Will I even get evidence using the paramic?
We can go on. Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
I didn't expect that ghost. So one of the most fascinating things I learned about, like, symbols of cemeteries, especially when I took a tour of Louisiana and the above ground crypts there, and also they talked about it with
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
I think I encountered a bug because I have not loaded any evidence for that particular ghost. But, again, a cemetery or grave symbols, you know, the kind of symbols that you find on gravestones, crypts, you know, memorials, etc. So obviously, besides like crosses and angels, doves, anchors. Anchors are something I wouldn't have expected, right? But there you go, they have them. I think something about steadfast hope, something that what anchor means. But
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
well, the ones that kind of surprised me are the kind of weird ones, like the urn. I mean, like, normally I would expect an urn for someone who was cremated, and I would not expect it on or near or around a burial crypt or a gravesite. But apparently, urns are some sort of symbol for the human body, or its mortality, right?
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
And then another one that was kind of surprising was like what is it? Hourglass. I remember seeing an hourglass, and we're like, "What's that mean?" It's just passage of time, right? You know, and the shortness of life. And then, of course, there's like the scythe, and the skull and crossbones, which I've seen. I think the skull and crossbones is the one that you mostly find on Puritan graves or headstones. And then broken columns, I think, were used for a life cut short, meaning death before it was expected for that particular person. And then, of course, lots of flowers, right? Tons of flowers.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
And each flower means something else. Same thing with trees. They mean something else. So, like, I remember there was one grave with just a tree stump, right? And we're like, that's weird. And again, it's just another symbol for a life cut short before its time. And then, of course, lambs for children. What else? Those are the ones that I remember. And I remember being in a museum that was adjacent to one of those sort of historical burial sites, and apparently Sears had a catalog for what is it, mail order cemetery monuments. You can get it on a catalog, you can order it, and then just have it delivered to wherever you need it to. There it go. Maybe it's expecting me to move. Let's try out here. Might be some... I'm gonna go get my hand recorder and another piece of evidence. Maybe that'll help. Oh, I should turn on the light. Wait, I have turned on the light. It's just very freaking dark. Oh, I went the wrong way. So I think my average so far is about 1 or 2 ghosts per session. Man, again, this particular site, the church, so hard. That's right. We'll go with EMF and a camera, just in case. Oh wait, oh man, really like my recorder. Let's try this first, since I can record audio with this. The Paramic. Maybe I need to put it closer. Let's put this here for a minute and then pick this up. Turn it on. I hear bells. Means something's coming. I hope. Hmm. Ooh. Mhm. I hear bells again. Mhm. Not the ghost I was
That's
expecting.
extraordinary audio evidence.
Maybe I need to try a different spot. think I'm
What was
just...
that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
These are not the ghosts you're looking for. Yeah, I mean, like, oh, I could have sworn I picked the right evidence, but I am so unsure sometimes. That's why it's a puzzle. This guy sure likes to
Ooh,
talk a
that
lot.
is eerie audio evidence.
The sad part is I don't know much about this particular ghost. I still have to read about it, right? Because I was expecting it to do it later.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
Let's try over here. Might get something different. Okay. So, what do I remember? Sometimes the woman in white starts on the road because her body was abandoned here. So maybe that's what's going on. She comes through and manifests from around here at these sites and then goes into the crypts. Maybe? Hard to say. So, ooh, that one's different. Still not the ghost I was hoping for, but what else?
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
All right, let's try doing a temperature sweep across the whole crypt area. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, apart from like New Orleans and its above ground cemeteries or crypts, which kind of look like this. And then, of course, the burial grounds and cemeteries of Boston. The most other interesting kind of burial place I've been to was Westminster Abbey in London. Oh my God, so much. Oh, that's the first time I've heard the lady. Oh, and I'm upset because I didn't bring the voice recorder. All right.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
All right. Oh, and 2. I'm gonna. Now I'm like going. Should I go back and get it? Should I? Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna go back and get my voice recorder. No. Okay. Fuck. Anyways, Westminster Abbey, wonderful place. Oh my gosh, so much history, beautiful architecture, beautiful kind of memorial grave art. Where am I? And I'm lost. Oh no. Okay. I've Hello. So you're you, Mr. Male Ghost of a different language, are on the road. Okay, good to know. So yeah, Westminster Abbey, really cool, really beautiful, amazing. Took tons of photos, more than I should have probably. But I thoroughly enjoyed myself in that in that area. Um, uh, kings and queens are buried there, but also like Sir Isaac Newton and a couple other famous people are also buried there. And I was like, wow, or interred there. Maybe their remains, so they could have been cremated. Stephen Hawking. I got a photo of his. Let's go. I mean, like, technically, we have enough audio evidence to last us a lifetime, but I want to make sure I fill out the profile for the woman and the boy as well. So I should focus with this and walk around at the same time. So, oh yes, I was doing my sweeps. About 5?
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Here. Where is she? Oh, I hear bells. She manifesting? What interesting sounds. I don't know if you can hear it. Maybe it's a little bit hard to hear. But, wow, Westminster Abbey. Such a necropolis in addition to being, like, in the middle of London. I mean, like, I remember from the tour, the docents were saying that, over 3,000 people were buried there? And pretty much everywhere you walk, there's, like, a body interred somewhere, or remains stuck there. So, like, really, so, like, politicians, writers, artists, musicians, notable figures throughout British history, you name it, they're probably there. Like, I don't know, like, ooh, let's try and get this. But I forget. They used to bury monarchs at Westminster Abbey. Oh, there's that sound again. It's like, but what do I remember? I remember Chaucer, Godfrey Chaucer, the first poet was buried there, and back in the 1400s. Wow. And then like Charles Dickens. And now, not every kind of statue or memorial represents the burial of a person there. I think some of them are just memorials, just commissioned by people who want to, Oh, that's interesting. I hear more sounds. So, like, for example, I think, like, William Shakespeare is not buried there, but he has a memorial, right? I always found that interesting. But like, all right, whatever. Oh, I need to find more temperatures. Ooh. That was a loud one right here. Maybe there's a manifestation point that happens here. Anyways, I was doing a sweep. Well, I got distracted. Whoa. What an ominous sound. I don't know if you can hear that. Oh. What's this? Oh, it's a lady. And her dog. Okay. Hmm. Go visit our camera and see if it got anything. Oops. I doubt that it did, but one could be hopeful. Even the REM pod didn't go off. Let's let me put I'm gonna put this down and then take a look. Nothing. Bummer. Oh, darn it. I keep on forgetting to turn it back on. On. I hear something. Let's... No way. There she is. Ooh, I'm getting chills. future manifestation. And record.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
EMF?
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Alright. Now we know that she crosses in front. I thought she was crossing over here when I last got audio evidence. Let's put the REM pod right here. So 5, turn it on, and then put it here. And then, we'll put this down for now, and then we'll grab this and take a look at our
to take a
evidence.
photo of a ghost.
Yay, look at that. There she is. Oh, she's light. Apparently, I'm just a set of floating tools. Well, okay, she comes through there, so I need to, like, see if I can put up, like, an EMF trap over there. Alright. But I like this. So this is a good spot. I'm glad I paid attention to where I last got evidence from. F. Oh, go back and grab it. And then, see, I keep on making the same mistake over and over again, and I would hope that I would correct myself. So she walks down that way. Poor lady. Let's try temperature again. So it's really hard to get evidence for residual type ghosts in this game, apparently. I mean, like, visuals and audio are pretty good, but temperature? The minute you kind of just get there on top of them, they disappear, and then the evidence gathering stops. So their proximity is sensitive, let's just say. Let's see. Wow. I did not expect a sound coming from here as well. On this side. But what do I remember? Oh yeah, if you go to Westminster Abbey, you get to do the tour of kings and queens, right? Because like, I think from Edward the Confessor to George II, and then I think there are like 30 kings and queens of England buried there. And then you have, what is it? The famous ones are like, of course, Queen Elizabeth I, Mary Queen of Scots, Charles II, Henry III. But I believe Edward the Confessor was the first king to be buried there. No, because it's really boring. Ghost hunting in real life is just dry as a bone. A lot of the times nothing happens. And then the stuff that you see on TV is totally baked just for content. It's like not real at all. And the only time I'm a skeptic, right? I don't really believe in spirits, right? I think I know, but it's just hilarious. And that's probably why I kind of watch it, because it's so it's so cockamamie, and but I but you've found a few places in RL that have been active and interesting. Oh, that's great. I mean, like, I do not doubt people's belief of the paranormal and the existence, that they believe that their experience includes, spirits, right? Because it could be that I have a really dull sense of, I can't feel spirits. I can't experience ghosts, right? And then, I mean, like, my grandmother, she was a spiritualist, right? She thought she really could sense them, understand them, and stuff like that. And I was like the total opposite child. It's like, don't tell me you don't hear. No, I don't hear anything. I'm sorry, Grandma. But I think the most interesting thing for me isn't just about the paranormal activity, but the history. Yeah. Personally, you've never seen a ghost, but I've seen a lot of stuff that you couldn't explain, and I'm very sensitive to them. I can feel them, just not see them. Oh, okay, that's cool. I mean, like, my grandmother, she could whole 9 yards, see them, sometimes talk to them, hear them speak, and all that stuff, right? And witness some, some things that she couldn't explain, and etc. Ghost hunting is one of those things. It's like, how do I explain this? I'm going to use an analogy because it's the best way I can, like, someone, like how people talk about, like, the best ice cream they've ever had, right? And the ice cream, it's like they talk about the flavor. The ice cream is so awesome, and they have different kinds of flavors, and this is one ice cream versus the next ice cream. And then it's like, and then they go off to say, I've got a picture of a great ice cream. You got to see this. And it's like, okay, great. How I would like to taste the ice cream too. How about, do you have some? And it's like, and then they take you to a place, and then you can't taste the ice cream. And then you can't even take a photograph of the ice cream, and you're so disappointed, right? Because they talk about this great thing, and it's so amazing, and you can't share in it, right? So it's kind of frustrating, and it's like, okay, yeah. And I know ice cream is such a bad thing to talk about, but it's the best way I can kind of, like, describe it, right? Back. I want temperatures, and I want EMF. Crying? She's so transparent right now. Here she is. Here. Bummer. people can talk about it and experience and describe it to you, but since you can't experience it yourself, you feel like you're missing out and you can't make a real decision about it. Exactly, right? It's like, I really want to try this ice cream that you're talking about, and it sounds delicious, but man, I have no concept for it. I see your pictures, I see your photographs, and when I try to go there and get an ice cream cone, I get nothing. Bummer. So, I did have a cousin once tell me, um, as to like, to explain why I can't experience the paranormal or spirits or ghosts. And I think she said something about, oh, you just scare them away, or I kind of like I don't know, something about my belief system just kind of pushes them out and then they no longer can manifest, right? Cuz like I remember at one time, oh, come here, Ann, there's a ghost. And I'm like, yeah, all right. Let's just sit there and listen, and nothing happened for like a good 30 minutes. And they never came back, according to this other person that could sense the spirits. It's like, and I'm like, oh, well, I guess if maybe I'm a paranormal nega psychic or something, but I just kind of like have this aura of, you know, not being, you know, negating paranormal activity. Maybe I'm the right kind of person to invite if you don't want any more ghosts for a good while. Okay, she came through here. So she walked through here. Ooh, maybe this is her manifestation point. Okay. Okay, do I need more audio? No, I need more EMF data. I'm dying here. But irregardless, I don't doubt that people experience something. It's just that I can't share in it because maybe I just don't have the right kind of, I don't know, physical gear. I don't know about that, but I know that some people can't hear or see them. Some people can see them more than colors. It's empathy. I just figure it's like that. Some people can, some people can't. Right, well, that's one way of putting it. Let's see. Okay, so maybe if this is her manifestation point, and then she comes back and forth through here, I can put this down, and then put this here, and then take this and use that. 5. And then I can kind of just... Oh, all right.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Well, actually, I already have enough photograph evidence. Why don't I specifically... Hello?
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
I'm gonna put 2 down. Ah, there it is. There's the recorder. Yeah. Anyways, I have had I think 2 people on occasion tell me that I scare ghosts away or quiet them down. Because they would experience a flurry of paranormal activity, and then I would come in and try to experience it too, and then nothing happens for the rest of the night. And so it's boring, and that's why I don't like it. I don't. You tend to rile things up when you're around. It gets more active. Interesting. Kind of totally opposite experience from me. There she is. I see her. Whoa, creepy, creepy. She's so invisible. Oh, so she's traveling down that way.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Coming down this route, and then coming through this way. I still haven't even found the boy yet. Oh, I hear bells. Maybe. Ah. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Do you like investigative horror games? Yes, I do. I like horror in general. But I like puzzle games as well. So like this is a kind of puzzle game, right? Excuse me, I'm kind of jittering everywhere because I'm switching around. Hmm. But yeah, I prefer puzzly horror games. Ooh, I hear bells. Doll Imposter, and I saw it played through, and it was pretty fun. Yeah, I heard about that. Dolls are pretty creepy. Oh, uh, oh yeah. Which reminds me, I think it was like maybe a month, maybe three to 4 weeks ago. They had taken Annabelle, this haunted demonic ghost, or not ghost, but doll, a Raggedy Ann doll, on tour to, and the guy who was the caretaker of the doll died while on tour. I was like, oh, that's a creepy coincidence. So, and I didn't. Oh, there's the temperature. Finally, temperature evidence.
These temp readings are unusual.
Yeah, he died.
Something's going on here. These temperature readings are definitely paranormal.
Yeah, he died. They had a complete obit, and I think they just had like his funeral, and they wouldn't divulge how he died, but he died of I'm gonna say what they call natural causes. So I believe the history behind that particular haunted item is that people who encounter Annabelle die by brutal car accidents or vehicle accidents, right? Or they are in a vehicle while traveling, and then they kind of suffer some sort of natural cause, injury or something while that's happening. How much of it is true? I haven't got a clue. I haven't got like this full-on dossier of how people died, after encountering after encountering Annabelle. But a lot of people believe that she's demonic, right? All right. I was looking for the boy, but I ran into the woman again. That's fine. So I love this sort of macabre, bizarre history kind of stuff, right? And I fill my head with like endless amounts of trivia. So like, I live in a strange part of the Washington state that really loves its UFOs and Bigfoot, Sasquatch stuff, right? We don't get as much ghost stuff here, mainly because there's not enough history, right? Not like the East Coast, not like Europe, right? Well, Europe has like thousands and thousands of years of history, and even though we have history for Native Americans and First Nation peoples, they don't have like paranormal stories like Western culture does. Yeah. So, yeah, I also live near a convention center that often hosts Sasquatch Con and UFO Con and Paranormal Con. It's really... I heard something. Oh, okay. Is it the lady again? Or is it the boy? Oh, man. Okay, I'm gonna look for the boy. Ford No, I think. So, for giggles, for when it comes to UFOs, I have a little bit more belief in that, right? Than I do of like other paranormal activities and cryptids than spirits and ghosts. But then again, it's not necessarily that I believe in, what do you call it, alien spacecraft. I believe in aerial phenomenon, possibly natural occurrence of unusual, undocumented happenings. Yes. I'm lost again, but I'll try this. Okay. Where? Okay, fountain. All right. Let's do systematically. My ex's mom is from the far east Washington towards over Spokane. I don't know if they have. Does Spokane have a tradition? I have only been to Spokane probably twice. I know that sounds sad, but yeah. Ooh, I heard sounds. Perhaps there is a manifestation happening here? Whoa! Yeah, they have wildfires. That was the scream, I know. I think I found the kid. What a jump scare. This game rarely has jump scares, but when it does, it works. Alright. I think that's kid. Okay. There are manifestation bells happening. Should I bring? Try here. We'll listen first.
What was that?
I got
I'm glad I captured it with a
two.
recorder.
Okay. I think we found the hotspot for the boy.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Let's try 5. Okay. So I think this is where I started hearing the ooh sounds and the bells. So I think he starts manifestation here. So I'm going to move the camera and the REM pod here and focus on him just for a bit. So, all right. Lamp post, double doors, moon, statue lady. Okay. Yeah, UFOs. Or you call it aerial phenomenon, unidentified aerial phenomenon.
How rare to take a photo of a ghost.
Yeah. She goes. Yeah, cool. I'm grabbing this one. So, I like to hear a lot about First Nation stories, but I also like to hear about some of the settler stories as well, as they move out of the West. Yeah, some of those are really cool and interesting, like the Dahmer Party. That has a piece of macabre history. Okay, there it is. So, I'm gonna put the camera right here because I think it comes down this way through that way because I've tracked evidence before.
I need to replace these batteries.
No! You make me cry. But, we'll just put down this first. Since I think manifestation happens right around here. Then I have to go all the way back up, get some batteries. I still haven't got any muff data. Ah. Yeah, there's this one particular town in, I think, Arizona, where it's like a paranormal hotspot, right? And it's not only like settler kind of stuff, there's also like ghosts of settlers, ghosts of Native Americans, like, and ghosts of Chinese colonists that worked on the railroads in that area, which is, that's rare to get that kind of paranormal / history kind of thing going on, because you don't hear very much about the Chinese influence in the West very often, right? But the fact remains that they did work on the house. They worked on, not on the house, sorry. They worked on the railroads, right? Other side? I think, yeah, it's the other side. I know, it's like the house. No. It's like, what am I thinking? Ooh. Hello. You the kid?
While this is a high EMF level, it seems to be normal, although they may want to call an electrician to ensure everything is wired correctly.
But basically they're labor, right? You know, labor that works on a lot of things. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't just work on railroads, but they also worked on, yeah, pretty bad. Oh, did I run out of batteries? I did. I'm upset. This is the first time I really ran out of batteries for that particular device. Oh. Oh, that could be true. I don't know. It could be both. Come on, you think after like a billion times handling this particular device in this game, I would remember to turn it on first before placing it. Let's put it there. Oh, manifestation? EMF?
Looks like the batteries are dead.
Aha! I think a ghost caught it. Okay, so... Alright. I think the child ghost is manifesting around here. Maybe I need to put it in it just a little bit closer. Like... I don't know. I might run out of batteries if I put it too close. I guess this is the best spot. Turn it on. Put it down. I think that'll be good. I still need EMF data. You're killing me. I want my EMF data. Trying to remember the name of the ghost town that has like a super duper hotspot for paranormal activity, according to what I've read. Clifton. That's right. Clifton, Arizona. Ah! I saw you. Oh, I almost got it. Mmm. Can I wait for it? Should I get more batteries? Need more EMF data. Well, now I know what it is, so I'm gonna go get more batteries. This is a particular long session. I would think that, oh, there's the manifestation sounds again. I can just barely hear it. Hold on. Oh, it's that thing. This thing. It's an electrical box. There was a light here. Like an orb. Oh man, maybe I'm seeing things. Oh no. I want to take the truck and move it down here. I don't understand why I have to go, like, walk a block and a half back to the truck, since I'm researching down at that half of the church grounds. You know, I looked up the cost of this thing. This thing actually exists. I was just kind of curious on how much it costs. This thing cost almost $200 to buy online. Just because it's only used for paranormal activity. And ghost hunting. I find that crazy. And overpriced. I'm surprised that my batteries for my flashlight don't run. Exactly, $200 something that just built on woo woo. All right, kid. Okay. I am kind of determined to get EMF evidence and temperature. Because, nope, I got temperature, so I need EMF. Definitely need some EMF. I'm determined. And then I'll call it. We'll see. Oh. Hmm. Cool. Hear it? Ah. Where are you, kid? He was coming towards me this time. Seems that my proximity interrupts its manifestation, so I'm gonna call this a residual haunt. So I guess the most interesting history of like Chinese American settlers in the West that I've ever heard of was in Portland, Oregon. And they had beneath the old town of Portland, there was like something called the Shanghai Tunnels, which is like a network of passages. And I guess it comes in because these are the people who were shanghaied, you know, like the term shanghaied, where it comes from. It's the practice where people were kidnapped, drugged, and sold to sea captains as forced labor. Yeah. And apparently there are ghost stories associated with the spirits of the men who were kidnapped, drugged and kidnapped in those tunnels, and who didn't make it to the selling block because they had died too early or something like that. How much is that true? I'm not sure. Human trafficking in that area was not well documented, other than the fact that it did happen. It's not like they kept ledgers of how many men they sold on a particular day and how many died. And then, of course, San Francisco has its little history of Chinese settlements and its ghosts. Usually associated with, like, black market, human trafficking, and, you know, opium houses. Oh, Gettysburg? Yeah. Yeah, I remember doing a tour of the South, Gettysburg, Manassas, the Battle of Manassas. I went there. A lot of ghost stories associated there as well. On many of, like, you know, during the Civil War. You gonna manifest, kid? Let me take a look at what you got.
What a rare experience to take a photo of a ghost.
Wow, okay. So... Oh, whoops. I wanted to take a look at it. Oh. Yeah. See? No? I can't look at it anymore. I'm so sad. I wish there was, like, an archive that I could look through. Just press the wrong button. No EMF data. I'm so sad. Alright. I think that's a good amount of evidence for these particular ghosts. I'm gonna have to... At least I know where they are. I'm gonna do a little bit better. Because a lot of my time, I think, was just trying to find the hot spots, right? But now that I have the hot spots, I can optimize my time. maybe I'm just like, oh, you're too nega psychic energy. But I'm gonna see if I can do a releasing ritual for John Ulrich. I know in the past it hasn't worked, but I am determined to make it work. I want to make it work. He is a shadow ghost, and I want to see if I can find his relic. If I can find his relic, then I'm going to try to perform a releasing ritual on him. Okay. What do I remember? Is it the blue one? I think it's the blue one. Yeah, it's the blue one. This thing. Shadow ghosts. And then I'm gonna grab a couple. Oh no, I can only grab one! Okay, well, alright. You make me cry. Only one of each. So, I remember finding a clue in one of these areas, and I think his relic should be here. This is where I found it. There. Okay. Where else have I seen it? To think about it. Alright, if it's not here, I know it's somewhere in the cemetery. Let's go. Like, okay, so I've seen Ulrich walk down this path before. It's supposed to be a gun according to like the little profile. Not there. So, I'm beginning to believe that you can only do ghost hunts and release sessions separately now. Kind of confirming that. Because I've tried to do them in tandem. I think this is my 4th time and it just didn't work. So, something about an exclusion mechanic in the game. No EMF ratings. So hard to get. Alright. Blue. I don't know. I doubt it'll mean anything, but I'll just grab something else, I guess. Just in case. And then... alright. And then... yeah. No, I don't think I need to have... oops. I need to have his evidence. Woman. Church. Got that one. Oh yeah, most of the evidence for that particular ghost is in the wiki, of all things. Haitians Church. Crypts. Wandering teacher connection. There we go. We get some AMF stuff. Woo. Okay, I got a little blue thingamabobber. I don't know, achievement.
I'm working towards about...
Get in the car and drive it down. No, we're gonna, whatever. Nope. This one? Well, it's probably one road down. Like this row. This, ah! The gun gives off
These lights
EMF.
are acting funny. I should continue investigating. The EMF meter should not behave this way. This is paranormal.
Have a gun. Maybe that's my trick. I can meta it. I should look for the haunted object, get my EMF reading, and then come back and perform the ritual. Oh yeah, see there's the skull and crossbones. Ah. And then this one is kind of like a floret of some kind. Walter Matherson. Gone but not forgotten. JL and ML. Willie, son of... So Willie Loeffler. Parker. Let's activate this puppy. This is where we found it. This is where we found a piece of evidence. I can't. Apparently, I'm too fat to fit between this and gravestones. Hold on. I don't want to waste the smudge, so I'm. I'm trying to remember where I got the evidence. I've been focusing around here because I found evidence for Ulrich around here. So. Oh, where is it? Did I get the right one? Yes. Yeah. Hmm. Uh, it's somewhere here. Oops. Let's start here. This is the hardest part about this particular site, is just finding the ritual beginning. Thought it would be here because this is where I found a lot of clues for him. Guess I was wrong. Aha! Alright. I think this is it, but I'm running out of smudge, so I need to go back. Let's get another smudge. Well, that was the third clue spot I found for his stuff. Okay, so check. Yes, this is it. 4. We're gonna put it right here because I don't want to lose it in the grass. Oh, freakishly dark. So I have to follow the sounds. Ah, there we go. John Ulrich.
I'd like to acknowledge John Ulrich's presence.
You get shadow ghosts. All you get is nothing but black screen. Gone.
You did some awful things in your life. Most of them pertain to stealing things. It's terrible your actions cost you your son's life.
Regret.
I'm sure you must be full of regret. Your actions resulted in your wife and son's death. Regardless, it is time to leave these memories and be at peace.
Bye, John. There we go. Thank God. That's done.
I should double check I have the relic before I leave.
Alright. EMF readings plus nothing else, and then ghost released. Mysterious shadows. Excellent. Return to the office. Double check and we got it. There we go. There it is. Right there. Cool. Alright. Well, let's review what we've done so far. So we did this. So this is the lady in white, and this is the boy. And then we got we got John Ulrich's ghost, and then we have this new ghost that we found on the road. So that'll be interesting. Oh yeah, and we also released Mr. Sigerstein. Took forever to find his area, but we did it. Alright. So I think I'm done for the day. I got some chores to do and things to write. And I got and probably eat some lunch. And then but the next time I will be on will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1300 Eastern Standard Time, and 1900 Central European Time. I want to thank everybody who joined me today. It was nice to talk to people while ghost hunting, talk about history, talk about ghosts in general. I find that always interesting and fun. But we'll continue more of this tomorrow. Thanks again. And I'll see you all later. Adios. Auf Wiedersehen. Ciao. Goodbye. Sayonara. Yeah, thanks Dirk Dingles for joining me. It was fun. It's always nice to have company.